Hello. Oh, good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to the town hall. Glenn Cummings, and I think most of you know me. I'm here to introduce the chancellor. I just want to say a few words before I do that. First of all, his team is here with him, so I want to say thank you to the Humane System team for coming down here. I think rarely have we seen a system office that has spent as much time at the universities as this team has. I think he'll tell you the exact number, but the chancellor has been outstanding in making sure that he shows up, and will have, by the time he leaves here today, he won't look so refreshed and youthful as he looks today, right now. He probably will have 4 or 5 meetings. He had to start the hardest meeting with me this morning, so God bless him. I want to say he has already, in just a relatively short tenure, done a number of things, and we really appreciate it. His team has helped us here at USM secure the beginning of a first major P3. They helped us in a number of ways in making that a reality, and we're really appreciative of that. And more generally, he's been really working on the unified accreditation, as you know. The unified accreditation actually allows us to do things with our brother and sister universities across the system that we've never really been able to do. And that is good for students, and it's good for our bottom line, and it's good for the people of Maine if we work together better as a humane system. So he has set the tone for that. Today he's going to talk a little bit about what that means, but he's also going to talk about some of his goals, which are right on with our goals around retention and around supporting students well so they don't leave, that they come to us and they complete their course of study and they're better off as a result of being with us. So can't get much better than that. So please join me in welcoming our Chancellor, Daniel Malloy. Thanks.
Thank you very much, President, for the introduction, as well as the meeting this morning. It was a good meeting. It's great to be back on campus, and I made a promise, as you all probably remember, that I would visit all of our institutions multiple times these first 2 semesters that I'm on the job. And the reference to meetings was, I think in the first semester I had on campus 46 meetings around the issue of unified accreditation. Since then, I've had 7 more campus meetings, not including my president's, so group meetings at Machias and the University of Maine. And where else have we been? No, I guess we start this is our next stop, and then in the next several weeks we'll be at every place again. I've probably visited, well, I got to Fort Kent 5 times in my first semester. I'm not sure anyone's ever done that before, but it's about dialogue, and it's about having the conversation and getting to know all of our universities in as great a detail as I can, understand both the successes and challenges of all of our institutions, and figure out how we'll be more of a help and less of a hindrance to the process. Unified accreditation, as you know, was approved by the board unanimously. We are in regular consultation with NECHI. We will propose our initial set of circumstances that we need to demonstrate and show how we'll meet initially all of the standards. Will then be approved, I think, come June to operate in essence as a unified accredited institution, subject to a 2-year process, not unlike the 2-year process that you're regularly engaged in with respect to individual university accreditation. So I think that's lined up, and teams are being put together, and for instance, there'll ultimately be visits at each one of the campuses, perhaps multiples of that. But I think the really fun part starts when in June we're granted that initial understanding and recognition, and that 2-year period of time when we really have to do the hard work and figure out how we maximize the benefits to our students, to our faculty, to our staff, of what unified accreditation can mean in a system that has financial challenges and demographic challenges, simply put. So I'm prepared to talk about that, and any extent of detail or concern or issues or statements that people want to make, we'll prepared to have that be part of the conversation. I think going back to this issue that I just mentioned, demographics, the number one thing that we could do to allow ourselves to answer demographics and deal with that issue would be retention. And many of you know, because I've communicated directly with you if you've opened up the email I sent on the issue of retention. I don't think there's a more important issue laying before us than improving retention across the board at all of our institutions. You're to be congratulated. Retention has gone up on this, how are you? On this campus over the last few years. And right now, I think ranges around 70%. Imagine how much better off we would be if we were at 80%. And 80% sounds like a lot, but that's where we should be. And maybe even higher. We have universities in New England that have 90% plus retention rates. Now, that may be difficult given some of our other demographics with the continued high percentage of first-time college attendees and the difficulties of financial circumstances of some of those attendees. But we can do better. And if we do better, then we will, quite frankly, have the money to spend in our system and make the kinds of investments that we want to see be made. One of the things that we did do around this issue with some consternation on some of our campuses was to say, hey, listen, let's drill down on why 755 students failed a course in the prior year. And let's drill down and understand why we lose 58 to 56% of students who fail a course in their freshman year, just one course or more. Why do we lose 58% of those students by the following September? And what can we do about that? And in fairly short order, you stood up and other campuses, universities stood up programs to allow students to take a second course at no cost, to try that course again, or if failing that course led, for instance, at some of our campuses to people changing their majors, take an additional course to make up for that one. It was intended to be a statement to these young people that we understand that college is difficult, that adjustment is difficult. I'll be the first to admit it in this room. My worst semester as an undergraduate was my first semester freshman year. My second worst was the next semester. After that, I figured it out and became a pretty good student, but there was a period of adjustment. And so we want to recognize that. And then, quite frankly, do some self-assessment on a university basis about the courses that people are in fact failing in greater numbers than others. We know that mathematics is a particularly difficult. We know psychology is initial course is a very difficult course. What do we do as a university system to drill down to understand how we help our students avoid that F, therefore not be questioning themselves, therefore not go back over the Christmas holidays and ruin dinner because they just realized what had happened. And so there are these sorts of questions along that line. Happy to talk about retention and any ideas that you might have on that subject matter. Some of the other things that we have done in short order. Robert, how many new programs have we offered in the system since August? So in 8 months, we've approved 8 additional offerings at some or all of our campuses. I think a record, if not a record number, certainly a record speed at which we're undertaking to respond to the stated and verified needs of our institutions. So we will continue to do that. I also think at the flip side of that, we always have to be open to examining those programs which are no longer necessary or popular or attracting students. I say that with trepidation because I know that sets people's hair on fire, but I think if we're going to approve programs, we have to be examining programs that perhaps are less desirable today than they once were. Just put that on out there. You can talk about that and talk about anything else you might want to talk about. Finally, I would say to you that we are doing some things, I think, to help. We took a very serious look and are looking at across the board our rates of tuition and room and board in comparison to peer institutions, and quite frankly, the institutions that we're competing with in New England. We're looking at issues of out-of-state tuition. I'll make a prediction here that 8 years from now, there'll be no such thing as out-of-state tuition in America because the demographics are challenging, more challenging here than anywhere else, but they're very challenging everywhere. I think we have to look north. We used to have 400, and these are approximations, but about 400 Canadian students in our system. And it dropped to 100. And we didn't do anything about it. So we are looking at changing our scale with respect to tuition and fees for Canadian students, because we can't afford to give up 300 students to the provinces. We need those students in our programs as well. And since we know that a high percentage of those students who come to Maine in the past to receive their degree stayed in Maine, and since we are demographically challenged for our workforce, anyone we can get to come to Maine and stay in Maine is a good investment for the state. On your graduate programs, we did surveys and understood that we were overpricing ourselves to the point where we had just a few students or no students at all in graduate programs because of our comparative disadvantage. I think the example on the MBA program was out of state. We were about 34,000. BU was at 24,500. We've now lowered it to 23,500. Imagine we're getting more interest from out-of-state students in an MBA program. And that's true in other programs as well. And so we're urging all of our universities to look at those kinds of issues. And when they come forward with those kinds of issues, we're acting on them. And acting not in a year's time, not in 2 years' time, but in a week's time or 2 weeks' time, or at the very longest, at the next Board of Trustees meeting, which is only, because I know this, 6 times a year, because we have to spend so much time getting ready for those. So I'm here to talk about anything anybody wants to, engage in any conversation that anyone wants to, and happy to be with all of you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for what you do. The great thing about being involved in education is that you're given the privilege of seeing multi-generational change. We know what a first-time college graduate means to any family. And we can then therefore predict what it means to the next generations of that family as well. And it is a gift that we're granted to be involved, but it's also a calling which you've responded to. So thank you very much for what you're doing. You guys were trying to signal me. Did I do something wrong? Is my zipper in the wrong place or something? I just, what did I do? Do you want to mention anything? Yes. I'll tell you the story of my yesterday. For whatever reason, I wasn't sleeping well, and I tried to go back to sleep, but got up, I think it was around 4:30 in the morning, and I just couldn't sleep, so I put the TV on. And that's when my nightmare began, because I learned that the Prime Minister of Japan had made a decision to close all schools for a 32-day period of time. And I started to ruminate what that would mean to us, but more importantly, what it would mean to our students if in the middle of a semester, people going into their graduation found out that they had to leave campus and couldn't complete their studies. And so we have, although we've been working for weeks on preparedness, we have now raised it to a different level of preparedness. And all of our campuses are being asked to make sure we have current contact information for all of our students. Undergraduates change their addresses more often than many of us do. My wife's had the same address since for 19 years. It's not uncommon to have undergraduates have addresses changed 3 times in a semester. So we need to make sure we have current information. We need to know that we have the capability to provide a continuation of education on a distance basis for all of our students, should that be required. We need to know that how we're handling people who have been abroad and coming back. We need to understand what countries we should not allow our employees to travel to. We're doing all of that and stepping it up very substantially and coordinating our activities more actively with our partner institutions. I've reached out to the community college system, had them on a call with our presidents of our system yesterday, reaching out to our other private universities to make sure we're all in this together and coordinating that. I don't want to overstate it. This is influenza-like virus. On the other hand, it has shaken the world. And continues to have very negative impacts economically, for instance, which we'll probably face some of that as well. So we have stepped that up very substantially. There'll be messages available to everyone on a daily basis, and we intend to keep people informed and make sure our systems are up and ready to respond. So with that, thank you. So I'm glad to know that I'm okay. All right, so I'll open it up. Come on. Yes, how are you?
We met at the Chamber of Commerce dinner a while ago. You bought me a drink. Thank you
Hey,
again.
hey.
Nice to see you again.
You know, you should write that down. I'm pretty cheap. You know?
How is the interaction between the VA and GI Bill payments going to be affected if the worst case scenario happens in terms of?
I'm sorry, which payments?
GI Bill payments and
Well,
continuing for veterans.
Well, so for instance, what's very important, if you're talking about the impacts of virus and that sort of thing, yeah. So what's very important is that we be able to complete course offerings. Or if someone was required to return to the United States because of challenges that they're experiencing outside of the United States, before that program wraps up, how do we recognize credit? What do we need to do to complete the experience so we don't have people who are in a position where they have to return money? So, or not be eligible for their next batch of money because they didn't finish that work. So that's very much what we're concentrating on. So in the perfect world, which is the one I want for us, is there will be no interruption. But that's very much one of the things that was on my mind. If we fail to allow people to complete the work in a timely fashion, we would be putting a lot of people in economic danger. So we're going to take care of it. That's our intention. Okay. And I think we can do it. I mean, I think that, but we can only do it if we're ready before that happens, not after. Other things. That's mine. Just hit it and. Go ahead, sure, please. How are you?
Good morning, Chancellor.
And by the way, thank you for your service. And I assume I can't read your hat, but
Yes, sir.
if it's representative of your veterans service, thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. So part of our unified accreditation, we're moving to one university. We have one.
No, we're not.
We are not?
No, I don't use that term. I have not used the one university term. I've made it very clear that's not a terminology that I use. I don't use it because it was never defined and I don't know what it is. And so I stopped using it. And when we moved instead and pointedly towards unified accreditation, I defined what that term meant. And there's a principles document that's been widely circulated and is available. I know what unified accreditation is. I don't know what one university is.
Fair enough. However, all the University of Maine system schools use the same student conduct code. The University of Maine Machias has a rifle team. The student veteran group here at USM was not permitted to go to the range due to cited liabilities. However, all of us being in the military or having been in the military are trained on firearm safety. I was curious if you would have any input on that.
First time I've ever heard about it. So I'm unfamiliar with the issue. But I'd invite you to send me something on the issue. So what is the problem? That's what I'm trying to.
We were not permitted to go due to cited liabilities from
Go
the chief
go
of police.
I'm sorry, to go where?
To a shooting range for the Board of Student Organizations to pay for range time and ammunition
Yeah.
for this event.
So send me some information, I'll get you an answer.
Certainly,
on
sir.
that. Okay. He's the lawyer, don't trust him.
Are you not a lawyer, sir?
I am. It's part of the joke. That's intentionally part of the joke. He knows what I was doing. Yeah. So you guys see each other.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. My pleasure. Come on. How are you doing? How are you doing? You happy? All right. Can I answer anything for you? Okay.
All right, Chancellor Malloy, Charlie Bernaccio, I'm here in the graduate program in counselor education. And I did want to also recognize, we have wonderful leadership here at USM, which we're so grateful for. I wondered if you could talk about a couple of things. One would be the online efforts to try to develop more programs so that we have better outreach. And then also, we've, over the last several years with Chancellor Page, been working on having pathways within the system for students that we want to keep who are coming out of undergraduate education and want to pursue graduate and advanced degrees. So if you could comment on those two things, that would be great.
Sure. I think we should encourage them to continue their graduate studies in our system. So I'm not sure how I would otherwise respond to that, but with respect to graduate programs, we have seen that's a growth area for us on a system-wide basis. It's one of that growth is one of the things that's allowed us to maintain the level of fiscal health that we have, although as endangered as it is, it certainly is one of the things that's been very beneficial. I just reviewed those numbers in the last 24 hours to verify some of my assumptions about that. We are talking to additional partners and quite frankly, some of the undergraduate programs at some of our private universities in the state that don't have graduate capabilities, making sure that a broader cross-section of their students understand what we have to offer. And so I'm hoping that we can continue that growth pattern in graduate studies. It's one of the things that we are approving going into a doctorate on physical therapy program, and standing that up relatively quickly. Also at this very campus, in cooperation with the Augusta campus, talking about a cybersecurity program, which we think can be conducted on a not just as a partnership between Augusta and this university, but potentially offering programs throughout the system. So we looked to the expansion of that. The first part of the question now was? Listen, I think the reality is more is better. I think faculty and by the way, I'm incompetent at some of the stuff that I would otherwise argue that you should do. But the reality is students are learning differently. We're learning differently. So my best example of where we are going is to look at the professions and the postgraduate educational requirements in professions. Realtors don't go to a real classroom and sit in and be instructed in how to get their continuing education credits. They're not in a classroom anymore. That's all done online. The reason I know that is I have a former brother-in-law who used to have a business that offered those courses in 5 different states, and that business doesn't exist anymore. For lawyers who have to take additional credits, they're not going to a classroom anymore. They're doing that online. Accountants, they're doing that online. So, the reality is, for students who get their baccalaureate primarily by sitting in a classroom and don't go on to a graduate study, everything they learn from that point on is going to be online. I would argue that we've not done as good a job preparing people for that life ahead of them as we could have, because we have you know, I'm not saying our system is behind anybody else's, but because we haven't realized that, and so we have to realize that. So I think that you know, I love in-classroom instruction. I think it will continue to be the desired instruction for more than half of everyone's baccalaureate degrees in programs. But people are seeking to receive content differently. And then when you add that we're a relatively small population, 1.3 million people, in a relatively large area, one county the size of Connecticut, Rhode Island. Connecticut and Rhode Island have 4.5 million people. That county has 70,000 people. We have to be thinking about how do we meet people where they are or where they can be. And so I think the more vital, the more robust our offerings can be, the better off we're going to be. So I encourage you.
Good
How are
morning,
you?
Chief. I'm doing great. How are you?
Good.
I wanted to expand upon, or maybe give a little context for Professor Bernaccio's question, because I get this question all the time, and it's a question that's related, I think, to unified accreditation. We used to talk in the system about unified online, and so a lot of times,
That's a new one to me.
yeah, faculty will ask me often, what is the system approach to online? There was a time when I think the system was endeavoring to bring all online throughout the system into a main online entity. And I think that initiative has, I don't know, it's dormant now, maybe it's dead, but it's a question I get asked all the time by faculty that I haven't been able to answer. So I'm just kind of expanding upon
Okay.
the previous question.
Well, thanks for the reference. In the academic world, nothing is ever dead, but it's probably not as vital as it might have been, and I'll look into it. You've actually raised an issue that I was unfamiliar with. You stumped me. Did you do that on purpose? You're trying to make me look bad or something? You know, with issues that I've been involved in my first 8 months, that's not one that I've been asked to address. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that you know, if you think about unified accreditation, really what it has the possibility of is making more opportunities available to all of our students, because we're making it easier for people to access education in different modalities in different places, from different places. And so there's a lot of work to be done on that, and faculty is going to be a vital part of that. Other questions? Oh. You just shout it out if you want. Oh, okay. All right.
Good morning. My name is
Do
Sarah.
I look, can you make me look taller, thinner, and younger? To the broadcast audience, please? Okay.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Holmes. I serve as Assistant Dean of Students here at USM. One of the things that I'm always looking for is better language to explain to students sort of the bureaucratic concepts of an institution. And so what's on my mind right now, of course, is the unified accreditation. And so can you help me with some language around how do I explain to students why this is important for them and why this is something that they should have questions about and want to be invested in?
So I'd say to the student, look at other, if you want an exercise, look at other universities within the system's course catalog. And if you find something that's not offered on this campus, but is offered someplace else, if we could make it easier for you to access that particular course or the expertise of that particular faculty member, or because something's scheduled and we don't have a lot of Saturday classes, but because something's scheduled at a distant campus on Saturday that you might otherwise access that. Would you be interested in taking it if we made it easier for you to do? And that's really one of the things that we're talking about doing. Another one of the things that unified accreditation will secure, and this is true in some of our smaller distant campuses, is their continued operation. And that's a political concern and a financial concern, but also a community concern. Everywhere we have an institution, no matter how small, it is important to that community. And yet in a population constrained and an economically constrained state, how are we going to make sure that we can meet people where they are with what they need? And so that's some of the language I would use. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Oh, how are you? It's good to see you. Okay. All righty. So people in Lewiston hear you.
Yes, they have to know I'm here.
Yes.
Brian Toy, I am the interim dean of Lewiston Auburn. You mentioned physical therapy,
Yeah.
so it certainly piques my interest in where the status of that is at with regard to the DPT program, if we're going to move forward as a system, process, where we're at the timeline.
Tell them who you are. Go ahead.
So I'm answering your question. I'll address everyone else. Robert Placido, Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs. Thanks for having us this morning. Joan, the president of UMaine, has kicked off that process. They've been approved by the board to start the DPT program. It's going to be a collaborative program. But the program accreditation body has lots of steps that we have to go through. The first thing we have to do is hire a director of that program. It seems a little premature before the program has been set up, but they're the ones who have to set it up, work with the accrediting body. That could take a number of years, actually. Even if we were ready today, there's a 3-year wait to even get on that, that program accreditation list. So this is going to be a multi-year process is the short answer. Once the program is developed, we do have, and I understand from Janine that we actually have DPT expertise right here at this campus. So our hope is that we could do some collaborative cross-course programming between the institutions. And then more than that, what I'm excited about for this program is there are a lot of majors that feed into DPT, where kinesiology or athletic training, and we can get those students interested in a terminal degree. Does that make sense? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, so that 3-year delay is not a delay that we're imposing. I think we could stand up the program more rapidly, but the accrediting agency for that program is being swamped. And of course, that's in part because they've, in essence, what we've said to the broader population of the United States is that's the degree you have to have. And so standing up a doctorate degree is not an easy thing to do. They're not in a position to stand things up more rapidly. That may change. They may have more people working on it sooner than later, and perhaps that could be expedited. Other questions or comments? So to your president, who is wearing an orange tie today, I will again reiterate that in the month of March, an Irishman cannot wear an orange tie. And particularly on March 17th, so just be careful. That's a historical reference and an ethnic one as well, so I just want to remind them. Anything else? Going once, going twice, going back to work? Oh, are you going back to work or are you coming up to the microphone? Okay. You know, if I beg hard enough.
Belanger, I'm
Hi.
Director of Health Services here.
Great.
Going back to COVID-19, my sense is that anxiety is a factor
Yes.
here, and that we have enough of a baseline of anxiety amongst our student population for a number of reasons, whether it be our political landscape and a lot of other factors. So knowing that this is provoking a lot of anxiety, are we thinking about a system-wide way of getting in front of it?
Yeah, it's a fair question that has not heretofore been a portion of our discussion, but we'll make it that going forward. I suspect that you're going to be busy, and you have highlighted the issue for me, quite frankly. So we don't want to add to that In fact, we want to allay that concern to the greatest extent we can. But as I related to you, my anxiety about hearing of a country closing all of its schools for 32 days, I was anxious yesterday morning, and I can only imagine that our students are. So having our students know that we are preparing to make sure that they're not going to suffer as a result of anything that we may be required to do is part of that. But we probably need to stand up, and I'll ask our folks at the system to make sure that we're doing as good a job.
I see, and Nancy's going to
system-wise.
respond
Sure,
to
go
that
ahead.
as well. And that I suspect as part of it, we're going to see a lot of misinformation and false news and other things. And part of my concern is even more than the virus itself, I'm worried about the contagion of anxiety.
Yeah, well, I think, there is a lot of bad information going out. People should drink water with chlorine in it. There are a lot of folks who will take advantage just to make a point. And so we do have to be careful about that. We don't want to raise those fears. We want people to have realistic expectations. But I will also tell you that as an institution that provides a service, that interruption of that service could be devastating to a family. So we need to be prepared to make sure that, back to your question, that we don't put any family in a position where they've made an investment that has no return.
Nancy Griffin, Chief Operations
Still
Officer.
Nancy Griffin.
Still Nancy Griffin.
Okay.
And we did get a question online about that related to the coronavirus, but it was more for USM. So I just want the USM community to have current information and to let them know that this week the Chancellor did have a conversation with the presidents about the coronavirus. It is being discussed and talked about what an appropriate response would be for us at that level. The directors of facilities met yesterday, and they were online, and they too were talking about what steps they could be taking. For us, our custodial staff and our Assistant Director of Custodial Services, Kristen Case, has done a full review, and we're going to post it on the facility site today, of how we clean and the products we're using that will address a lot of the concerns. We've also at USM purchased 2 machines that will help us clean and eradicate viruses, particularly in the residence halls, athletic facilities, and elsewhere on campus. Our emergency response group, which is chaired by Ron Sandin, our Chief of Police, and Timothy Fairwell, also are addressing this and are working with our emergency response team to make sure that we have a response as needed. So there are groups on our campus that are very focused on this. We are getting updates on a regular basis through professional organizations about how other schools are addressing and dealing with this. From an academic affairs side of the house, international programs is keeping tabs on where all of our students are located for the study abroad. And also, we have eliminated the programs that are visiting China this summer, so we have taken steps in that direction. So this is very much on our mind, and we are addressing it. We don't want people to have concerns or anxiety. If they do have any questions, they certainly know they can always send an email or place a phone call to the President's office. If we don't have the answer, we will get the answer for you. But we don't want our community to be anxious about this, and we're following what the rest of the folks are following. And as you all know, we do have good standard protocols from the H1N1 virus protocols that we went through a few years ago. So we've pulled those up, we're dusting those off and looking at that.
And updating them. They're slightly different challenge. Yes?
Rob Sanford, Environmental Science. I met you at a breakfast when you came here before.
Yeah, up on top of the library.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you, and I like what you're doing. I want to say that with regard to the H1N1, I had taught a course in pandemics in the honors program, and I was on the academic side of the committee, and we had a plan for, like, if we were quarantined at the university, there were certain courses that I could take over and help teach for students who were also on site. So we have plans like that to help people keep on with their courses, because nothing worse than just sitting around when you could be moving forward with your degree, even if you had to stay on campus. And my question related to that is, through the unified accreditation, that might give more power to the delivery of those. And in a small department like mine, where I don't have a graduate program in environmental science, but I have place-bound students who would do an environmental science degree, and I could participate in that, but I don't want to make one just here. So I'm wondering what you think the implications are with this for greater participation of us in, say, collaborative programs for graduate degrees.
I'm praying for it daily. The reality is, again, I think if we can all concentrate on the welfare of our current students and future students, we can design programs that will meet people where they are, allow them to access the education that they desire to have as a major, as a minor, as a field of endeavor or knowledge base. So I think, and do that in a state that is demographically and financially challenged. So I think the sky's the limit, quite frankly, of what we could evolve to be in meeting the needs of our students. I really do. It's not rhetoric. I think that as exciting as, the last 450 years of collegiate experiences have been, the next 50 is probably going to make that look, very different. So we should be part of that. In fact, we should lead it. All righty? Thank you all very much. Great to be with you.
turn? Okay. Hello? Tom Parchman, please sit down. No. So forgive the formality of this. We probably could just sit around a table and have a discussion given the group, but remember we also have people piping in from Gorham and Lewiston today. So just wanted the Chancellor will be plugged in, so to speak, and he'll be online, and we'll get comments and questions online. And is there a designee of somebody? It's our registrar, thank you. She'll be, if there are questions that come in, she'll be the one to give those to you. So this morning, thank you to the Chancellor. He came for a larger town hall meeting this morning, talked about a number of key things that are much on our minds: unified accreditation, the implications of that, work that we're doing as a system on retention, and also a little bit about the coronavirus, which is obviously much on many of our minds as well, and give a credit to his team for working hard to try to think about what the planning might be for that. So thank you for the Chancellor. By the way, he has come around to all of the 7 universities multiple times and had multiple meetings. So God bless this man. And he still looks pretty energetic, I have to say, especially for a Friday afternoon. So please join me in welcoming Chancellor Malloy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be with you. Thank you, President, and very much appreciated. It's great to be with everybody. Some of you, as I joked, have been subjected to this multiple times already today, so I apologize. But I think my strength might be dwindling a little bit, so just prop me up and we'll get through it. But I do want to talk about whatever's on your mind and whatever questions you may have of me. This is part of a year-long introduction of myself to the system and the system to me. So this is, I think, the 3rd stop of this semester's travels with respect to these kinds of meetings. It will continue throughout the semester. I did get to Fort Kent 5 times in a single semester, so I think that's a world record, but it's good to be with you. A couple things happy to talk about and explore with folks. Unified accreditation, as I had talked about that on campus a number of occasions. The board did act at its last trustees meeting to unanimously approve our seeking a unified accreditation. I believe a temporary accreditation recognizing our unified nature will be issued by July by NETCHI, our primary regional accreditor. After that, there'll be a 2-year period of time preparatory to a permanent recognition of that status, looking very much like what every campus has done on a 10-year basis with a 5-year visit as well. From that point on, we will continue to operate as a unified accredited institution. I'll say it before somebody brings it up. I don't use the term one university because that's not what I'm trying to bring about. What I'm trying to bring about is largely our universities as we, for the most part, know them, but operating under a single accreditation model with the hopes that we can use that model to the greatest extent to improve the experiences of our students and, quite frankly, the real expertise and excellence that our entirety of our system offers will be available to more students thereby. So happy to talk about anything having to do with unified accreditation. Retention, I would argue that when you look at our state's demographics, the only real relief that we can reasonably rely on would be retaining a larger number of our students. Currently, 2 of our universities are at about 70%. Your university has improved that number over the last few years to get to 70%. Most of our universities are under that, and that drags down our average. So on an average basis, we spend $12 million a year to attract a class. We lose 40% plus of that class before they would reasonably have been expected to graduate. and in a demographic situation that only gets worse over the next 18 years, those kinds of numbers could be very damaging to us. And quite frankly, 70% at Orono and 70% here is not enough. We should be, at least on a peer basis, up at about 80%. And we have a number of universities in New England that are operating approaching 90+%. So if we want relief, and that is in the forms of additional income, that's largely going to, between retention and perhaps expansion of graduate programs is the most likely way for us to receive financial relief, since I don't believe that the state government's allocation will keep, will keep pace with our needs going out in the future. And I would remind you that currently the state government has increased its allotment to us over the last few years, looking for an additional 3% this year, bringing us back up over 30%, which is, on a national basis, a pretty good average. Quite frankly, given our constraints, it's not enough, and I certainly understand that. So retention is something that we spend a lot of time on, including trying to figure out how do we bring that issue home to everyone. One final note on retention. We knew that in the prior year, we had 755 students fail a course in their freshman year, at least one course in their freshman year. By the following September, 56% of those students were no longer with us. And so drilling down to understand the challenges that our students are confronting, and in the courses that are most likely to trip up our students is going to be an important part of our retention efforts, and understanding that, quite frankly, finding out how we can do a better job in retaining those students as well. And then on the virus basis, I describe and have multiple occasions described in the last 40 hours or so, this experience I had of waking up very early, not being able to sleep, trying to go back to sleep repeatedly, not being able to do that. I go in and turn the TV on to find out that while I had been asleep for a portion of the night, the Prime Minister of Japan had ordered all schools to close for 32 days. Confronting a reality like that and understanding, although we have monitored, prepared for, and done other things around the issue of the virus itself, we really had not prepared a plan on how we would conclude a semester of education if we had to suddenly close some or all of our institutions. And so that work is underway, and we can talk about all kinds of things, but there are currently 2, will shortly be 3 no-fly zones or no-visit zones. I think Italy will be added by the end of the day. I suspect Japan will be added shortly thereafter because they're both zone 2s. So I think the reality, if you look at the trajectory of this disease as it's presenting itself, I think both of those 2 ratings will increase to 3 ratings. And I think, what's that? So Italy is added, and I think Japan will be over the weekend, looking at the numbers. And in fact, I think by next week we'll go to a system looking at anyone who has a 2 rating, looking at the overnights on how large the increase is, and then we'll probably start to eliminate 2s as well. Happy to talk about that subject or anything else that's on anyone's mind and they'd like to bring, statements, charges, questions, anything. No one? We haven't had a mail-in? All right. Sure, come on up.
I'm Tom Parchman, School of Music, based in Gorham. We have concerns as a school about accreditation for our NASM accreditation, National Association of Schools of Music, and how that will work with a unified accreditation of the system.
Okay. I don't have an answer for your specific field. We have been in contact with many of those, and it is our hope and expectation that all of those issues will be resolved in a positive way. We also have situations where different universities have different accrediting agencies for that subject matter, and we understand that. We're not requiring anyone to change their affiliation if it's not necessary and if not a decision that they've made. If there is a particular problem in a major, and that might, in a recognition, I should say, in a program, we'll work it out and try to figure it out. I don't have a specific answer, but I'll try to get you one. Would you make a note? Well, on a regular basis, Robert Placido is in contact with NECHI on that particular subject matter, as is Jim Mathalan on a regular basis. So they could be, I think, very useful resources to you in that regard. Well, a lot of that's being handled on a campus basis by those campuses because there are different affiliations. But Robert could certainly help you on that. But listen, we're part of the system. You're part of the system. Each college or university is part of the system. So I think we have to do this collectively and accomplish it collectively. As sparse as everyone feels their staff is, in my office, there's about 6 of us, all told, overseeing the entirety of the budget. So, but we will work with folks. Your provost has been very active in this and actually did the vast majority of the early work going into at least an explanation with the board, right? But we'll attempt to be helpful. Which is your program? Social work. I think we've had some discussions around social work. Right. Yep. Right. Yep. Well, soon there will know. Sure. I think we could provide a prospectus definition of that, as quite frankly has been provided to us by NECHI already.
What would be helpful is just a
Okay. We'll do it. That's fair enough. More than reasonable. Other issues? Anybody? Anyone want to tell me something? I don't know. Anybody else? I'm not going to let you go. So how's your job going? Yeah. Yeah? What's your biggest challenge?
It's the president, actually. He's a pain in the butt. Challenge, but it's trying to figure it out and get clarity.
Listen, the accredited entity will be the system. And each of the universities, as we currently know them, will operate under that accreditation. It is our expectation that all of our programs will be accredited by appropriate accrediting agencies, as they are currently, and in recognition of the fact that there are differences from campus to campus, that reality. It will make it a lot easier to stand up new programs, not the least of which is your newest program with a graduate degree in cybersecurity that will be jointly overseen by Augusta and yourselves with shared faculty. It is probably, because it's the newest example, the best example. And that would not have happened unless we had been pursuing and NETCHI expected that we would be taking this step. So they've now allowed the first program under those auspices, after having told us that we would not be able to expand those program offerings any longer, and the occasions in which they had recognized those programs on a multi-campus basis previously were in danger. So there's a pretty succinct, if you don't understand that, then I'll try better or again, but I think that's as good an explanation as I can give you in short terminology. I will again say in your presence for the third or fourth time today that I don't use the term one university, because I'm looking for a system that actually largely mirrors which we understand the most, and that is that students will have a primary home, and that's their university, and that will be what's on their degree, no matter where they've taken other courses from. They'll be affiliated with a place, with a university. So let's take a couple of those on. So I know I could get something out of you. Faculty governance, most issues will be local issues. But there will be, occasions for system-wide discussion. So I did meet in December with, was it December? I think it was December. Yeah, it was December. With the heads of the assemblies and senates where they exist, and everyone was represented. And I refused to tell them what that would look like, and I asked them to tell me what that would look like. And preliminarily, they've, at least the leadership has agreed on acting in a committee structure for the time being on university, or excuse me, on system-wide topics, and I think there'll be a lot of conferral with senates and assemblies on what that looks like on a longer-term basis. Well, I think it's a great question. On a shared program, presumably, there'll be the input of faculties from multiple campuses. In some senses, we'll play a larger role than we would on an exclusive offering on a single campus basis, because it is multi-campus, and we have to be somewhat more involved on that. But I would again argue that, or point out that by and large, I'm looking for a system that sustains to the greatest degree what we currently know and do. That gives us the ability to do other things which we had been told we would not be allowed to do, and that's multi-campus programming. Yes? Yeah.
Tired and near tears. One has 3 part-time jobs, the other one has 4 part-time jobs. They could care less about accreditation.
Sure.
To be honest, they probably don't care about new programming either. I mean, and I know other faculty know these students. They are so precarious and contingent. Is anything being done? I mean, they just need money is what they need. It doesn't necessarily help them to have access to classes on the other side of the state. They are so precarious. They're behind because they have a series of part-time jobs. They have very limited control over their schedules. Is there any help to get scholarship money to students so they can work 2 part-time jobs instead of 3 or 4?
Student aid increased in a relatively short period of time by 185%. We are doing our very best to step those dollars up on an ongoing basis, including having discussions at the legislature about expansion of current programs that they have previously designed and allocated. You know, one of the things that we do know is only about 76% of our students fill out a FAFSA form. And in the absence of that, it's impossible for us to help them. A question might be, have you filled that out? And if the answer is yes, the answer is yes. And if the answer is no, the answer is no. We froze tuition for a 6-year period of time, which coincided with the average graduate debt dropping very substantially because we increased aid at the same time that we froze tuition and other fees. All of that happened before I was here. I can assure you the example that you're citing is not unusual in most parts of the country. We are going to have a number of students who fall into that situation, but we have a larger percentage of those students who are not availing themselves of help in our state as are in other states. And so that is a problem for us. Now, some people don't fill out a FAFSA because any number of reasons, and it's not an easy process, although under recently enacted federal legislation, that will become substantially easier next year with respect to that form. Fewer questions, fewer verifications being required because the National Education Department has been granted the right to communicate directly with IRS to obtain information, which will then mean that students don't have to avail themselves of a written form or verification. So hopefully things will get better. Am I right about that number, or did I cite the wrong number?
No, I mean, it's exactly right. As you know, since 2012, tuition as a percentage of main incomes has gone from 16% down to 14.2 now, as we've kept, you know, as the chancellor said, we kept tuition flat for 6 of those years. Across the system, financial aid has gone up 123%. It's gone up 185% at this campus. It's gone up over 70% in the last 5 years at this campus. And we have those same trends on other campuses. We were spending about $60 million 5 years ago. We're up over $90 million now that we're spending. So there's lots of it out there. There will always be cases where it doesn't hit the right exact person, for sure.
So can I build on what Jane's been saying? I mean, we just do, not just for those issues, we deal with students who deal with food insecurity.
Yeah, absolutely.
They can't pay rent, they're working 3 or 4 jobs, they're trying to go to school. It's very different when I went to university 30-odd years ago, you know? And I don't know how they do it. I really don't know how our students do it. So when you come and you talk about one university.
No, I don't. I'm talking about one university.
It's so disconnected to what we're dealing with, boots on the ground.
And you've said that in different ways on different occasions. Our system is shrinking. Our costs are not. Finding a road forward that allows us to prosper and educate our students to the standards that we would hold them to and ourselves to is not going to be an easy proposition. And given the response that Wall Street has had just in the last 5 days, 6 days now, because this is the 6th day, the likelihood that we're going to get additional assistance from our state government is also declining rather rapidly. So your frustrations with those situations doesn't mean that we can't do more than one thing at a time. And in fact, we're charged with doing many more than one thing at a time. And so that's an immediate issue, and you're describing an immediate issue. But we also have an issue 5 years from now. For instance, if we had a 5-year, if the next 5 years were like the last 5 years on head count, full-time equivalency, or the like, we're going to have to change the system very, very dramatically. So you would want me to address that at the same time I address those two things, at the same time we address all the other issues that we're doing, and that's what we're attempting to do. I think one of the differences is we're trying to do it in a far more transparent way. and quite frankly, and you'll learn this in the coming weeks, on a much more data-driven way. So I am pushing our folks to analyze data in a very different way than we have historically analyzed that data, so that we can make appropriate decisions. But we have to do more than 1, 2, 10, 20, 30 things at a time. And that's what we're charged to do. And we're charged to do it on a very conservatively run system budget. And I'm not arguing with respect to how conservative or not conservative any of our universities' budgets are. But there is no one thing we can occupy all of our time addressing. We have to address everything, every day, and find ways to do that. And that's where partnership between the system and its component parts is going to be more important. And I think in a far more transparent operation, that cooperation will be easier to come by. That's what I'm betting on.
Remind people, if you do have students that have immediate financial crisis, at the USM Foundation, we do have available money as an emergency fund for students. So if it's something that kind of gets them through the end of the month that might otherwise mean they're going to drop out of school, we do have some money for those.
And in short order,
it's like a catch-22 for them. So I find the FAFSA figure just astonishing, if it's really 70%.
76.
Because I say to this one student, you should probably drop this class, and concentrate on the other ones. But they can't drop the class, because then they'll lose all their financial aid. So they're just in this sort of permanent loop of not doing well and taking out debt to not do well.
I don't have a simple answer. You don't have an answer to that. I don't have an answer to that. I do think that we have to be more mindful of making sure students are making the right choice when they choose whether to come to us or come to a community college, or whether they should rush through a 4-year degree in 4 years, which is not the norm. Well, it's barely the norm, or take a longer period of time. How many jobs somebody can reasonably expect to take with a 1-course, 2-course, 3-course load. I would argue somebody in the situation you described, taking on a 5-course obligation with 4 different jobs is not likely to produce success. And I think that we have to be mindful of that. And we have to do a better job at policing ourselves.
Down to about $23,000 average 4-year debt for USM, which is very low compared to a lot of our competitors outside the system. It's extremely low. But some of the difficult conversations we have to have with students, a lot of students are trying still to maintain other jobs of life outside it, where the research shows if you actually take a little bit more loan out and get through higher education, so that every morning you wake up and the first thing you think about yourself is, I'm a student. And trying to eliminate those jobs, even if it means more debt, right? So if that debt were to go to $28,000 for that student, their likelihood of completing goes up, strangely enough. I know it's counterintuitive, and students, I appreciate the Northern New England aversion to debt, but even adding that on tends to get them, and we're saying this more in our advising, by the way, we're saying this directly to them, you're better off getting a degree and getting out of here with your degree than you are, because the precipitous drop-off after the 5th year, so if students drag on here too long, they just give up. And then they're actually in worse shape than they were before they actually came here, because they've got this debt with no college degree to add to their earning potential. So I know that's a hard one. You'd be sitting there with somebody in your room. I've had that situation where I'm trying to say, actually, you'd be better off to take off a little bit more debt, and that just feels freakish to them at that moment, right? So I don't want to underestimate that, but if we can gently use our advisors to say there's a different way of thinking about this, maybe change your paradigm, it sometimes...
Until this past December, we were not allowing students to register if they owed us $100 or more, which meant that they couldn't access their next amount of money. I agree. That's now 1,000. And where we have foundations, most of those foundations have emergency funds. Thank you for reminding me of the position that your foundation has taken on that. It's not easy. This business we're in is not easy. I'd be the last to suggest it is. Yes?
Raise your hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Chancellor Malloy, for taking questions. My name is Amarpreet Kohli. I'm a faculty in School of Business. My questions are more forward-looking. The first one is like, do you see any role of AI and technological tools like machine learning in improving student retention, admissions, talent management, and also is there any provision for or a system level money or funding available to recruit international students?
Well, if you consider Canada as international students, we're going to lower tuition for Canadian residents in our, or at least allow our universities to lower their Canadian tuition that would apply to Canadian students, because the province has realigned their cost structure. We've gone from 400 Canadian students in our entire system to 100, less than 100. It's time that we compete again. With respect to, I was involved in a conversation, you know, one of the most successful areas recruiting foreign students is in our relative, all of our universities' athletic programs. We have a higher representation on an international basis in all of our athletic programs than we do anywhere else in the system. If you're talking about diverting a lot of money from in-state dollars to be spent on Maine residents to out of nation dollars, I think that's probably a discussion to have with foundations, two largest foundations being the University of Maine, the University of Southern Maine. I'm not sure I would be successful in going to the Maine legislature and saying I need a new allotment of international dollars, or dollars to be spent on an international basis. So I answer that one. AI is going to change everything. You know that. I know that. I think I'll go back to what I refer to as our moral imperative to direct students to the best program, even if it's not ours, to meet their needs, and an outcome that's more predictive of success rather than less predictive of success. I suspect we're going to be able to make those decisions with AI in a matter of months to years. I think we'll have better tools that will allow us to test ourselves and be more predictive. I think one of the reasons our retention rate isn't as high as it should be on a regional basis is that we have raced to register everybody to any program we can. And if you're going to lose 40% of those students after you've spent the money to get them enrolled, to attract them, to get them enrolled, that may not be the best way for us to be spending money. AI will change everything. It's as complete an answer as I can give you. I mean, it's changed, it's revolutionized the insurance industry, and that will get greater. It's revolutionized the banking industry, particularly the home mortgage industry, although we had a sidebar discussion about the differences between how we're using AI in that area as opposed to China, which, would you say, President, China has 500 contact data points, and our banking system operates probably on less than 20. But I think AI is going to change just about everything, just like the wheel did.
Shelton Waldrop from the English department. I think the one thing that we could use some help with as a faculty is the fact that there is no national model for the kinds of changes that we're going to be going through as a system. We really need support in knowing what kinds of questions to ask, what kinds of transitional structures to put into place. We've heard anxiety from our own campus central administrators that they don't know in 3 years who will be making certain kinds of decisions for the university. So we need to know what role Bangor is going to play, what role the centralization of the system is going to play in making decisions for individual campuses from the top down. And we're extremely overburdened as a faculty, and we need some direction and some support to know what we should be doing to
to make sure there's as little disruption to what we value as possible. For example, if we need to have some kind of system-wide curriculum committee at the faculty level that helps to coordinate decisions that come up about which program gets to count courses at another campus, et cetera, and to make sure that the faculty continues to own and control curriculum, which is what we're paid to do, then we need to know that now. We don't need to know that in 3 years. So coordination, support, but also knowing exactly concretely what one accreditation is going to mean, because there's a great deal of anxiety that it's creating, and there's a sense that we're being given information, but none of the information is ever concrete.
So ask me a question that I can give you a concrete answer to, and I will give it to you. Sure.
Provost going to be in 3 years. Another question is, who's going to make decisions about curriculum on individual campuses that involve departments across campuses?
So I'll give you to those. In the first document that we issued and supplied and emailed to every employee on multiple occasions, the principal's document describes exactly what the role of provosts and presidents would be, and is pretty exacting in that description. At least as broad a definition as what currently exists about what a president or a provost or a dean is in the system. As I've said to you and said in your presence, we're not seeking the establishment of a single university where all decisions will be made in one place. And as I've said in your presence today, that the bulk of the decisions that are currently being made on local campuses or universities will continue to be made that way, and faculties and assemblies will continue to exist, and faculties will continue to play the role that you're talking about. Now, because we want to do more things together, and quite frankly, there's a financial imperative that will play out over the next 5 years that will demand we do more things together. We also need to establish a system by which those multi-campus programs will also meet those standards and be adjudged and have decision-making. That will be developed in a 2-year period of time, from the time that, from this July through the period of time in which we're ready for our final application. Not unlike accreditation that takes place, as I referenced in your presence today, that takes place on multiple campuses on a 10 and 5-year cycle. There'll be more like what currently exists than what will change, but some things will change. One of those changes, presumably your president and your provost were in support of, where we were allowing 2 universities together to offer a program that they were previously not offering. Of course, that's a little bit different than the English department operating on this campus singularly and alone and making judgments about curriculum or recommendations about curriculum simply for this university. But for instance, I'll use English department as an example. What if we had 2 English departments where English is not necessarily a major on a campus that wanted to grow offering English as a major on a multi-campus basis? Then we're going to have to turn to something akin to having multi-campus participation in making the decisions and recommendations with respect to what would be required for that major being offered by those 2 schools. That's a reality. Things are going to change. Can you tell me how things will run 5 years from now, even if we don't do unified accreditation? And if you can I have your glass ball so I can reasonably predict that?
Now,
Absolutely.
we decided, and then we're asked to be a part of that.
And I'm agreeing with you. And that period of 2 years will be the period in which we'll work those things out collectively. Unified accreditation is coming. It's going to happen. The board has decided, NETCHI has decided that we need to do it. So how we get there, I want to be the most consultative, cooperative venture and undertaking. But understand that we're looking to accomplish things that we have not been able to accomplish before, and that's the purpose for doing this. I don't have the final answer, but I know in what time frame the final answer will be developed, and I know that your department will have its say in the development of those policies.
A system-wide faculty senate of some sort, some kind of representation would be helpful even, so is that?
Glenn, I appreciate the help. I'm trying not to dictate to those senates and assemblies what that would look like. So currently, the leaders are acting as a committee, but I suspect that for multi-campus issues, there'll be one decision-making input, and for exclusively campus issues, there'll be the one that you're most knowledgeable about and have operated under for years and years and years, which evolves from time to time in and of its own self, quite frankly. There have been changes over periods of time with how assemblies and senates have made recommendations and what they're asked for. So change is going to happen. Anyone else? Going once? Oh, there we go.
Switch back to retention for a moment.
Sure.
I was curious, you mentioned earlier that 755 students who fail at least one course won't be here the following year. 56.
Last year, 56% of freshmen who failed one or more courses do not return the following September. So if they started in September or August. If they started in August, they won't be there the next August. Yes, that's a system. It was 2% higher the year before, so I think it fluctuates slightly.
I'm fairly sure I come from one of those departments that you would say you'd want to find out. So I'm a mathematician, and so I guess I just want to make sure you hear that the students that come to us are often not only academically challenged, but also are really challenged about what it means to be a college student. And that I think if we're going to address retention, it needs to be something that looks at the whole student and realizes that, I spent an hour this morning with a student, and when I asked questions like, what's 20 divided by 2, we had to wait for a few minutes to figure that out. And I'm thrilled to have that student in my classroom, and quite honestly, it's when that student has success, that's what makes me come back tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow, Monday.
Come tomorrow.
Yeah. But I don't presume to have an answer, but I hope that we can work really collaboratively, faculty, administration, because we have these students in our classroom, and we need to figure out the ways to help them. But I just want to make sure you're hearing that it's not just that we're the mean old math department, because I sometimes get that feeling that that's what's thought. So,
Actually, we are drilling down to try to understand better where the majority of those, and math is an area that is particularly difficult. Interestingly enough, first-year psychology courses are very difficult. And there are others that are difficult. All I'm trying to do is create an environment where we're constantly challenging ourselves to do everything we can to see students successful, and you're clearly doing that. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that if we don't improve retention across the board in a state that the high school population continues to shrink in, we'll be more constrained, not less constrained. So I would be not doing my job if I didn't point out that a 10% greater retention rate would be would lend significant additional capital to this undertaking. Yeah. No, I stood up a program, at least the ability of a program to offer students to take that retake on a free basis if they failed that course, rather than having them to face the challenges of paying for the course again that they failed. Quite frankly, we'll see whether our numbers improve in the next year or two by extending that. On one campus I was speaking with last week where they had 28 students, 20 students availed themselves of that opportunity. You know, we've done things on the financial side. We're reducing out-of-state tuition on another side. We're doing, how many new programs have we stood up in the last eight? We've stood up 8 new programs in the last 8 months at the request of universities. We're trying to do things substantially faster and be more responsive than we had. And I was not in any way, nor do I believe I said anything that pointed a finger at anyone. I'm just saying collectively we have to be mindful of this. And the reality is that in Maine we receive a higher percentage of our students as first-time students in a family tree. We have poorer students. And we have many students coming from poor rural districts. And we live in a state that has been not availed itself and used as much data as is available to take a systemic look at those issues. I know we could do it independent of state systems, but I think it would be better, for instance, if we built a statewide system to measure those things as other states have done, and to use the language that's gained in such a system to drive our public policy. Yes?
The Northeastern Graduate School, what talks are underway, or what is going on, such that, you know, that entity that's supposedly going to be here starting in the fall could help the system in terms of enrollment and
Sure. I can do it. Your president can do it with respect to your campus, although I can tell you that the president would tell you otherwise, that he's been invited to participate in discussions about how that program, and these discussions are with Northeastern specifically. So are they 3-in-1s, 2-in-1? Are they multiple degree granting opportunities? That at least as advertised, is to be largely a master's degree granting institution. Those students have to come from somewhere. We'd like as many of those to come from Maine as possible, because it makes it far more likely that those individuals will stay in Maine, even if they go into other endeavors. And as is expected by Mr. Rue, that this effort lends itself to more entrepreneurship and growth within the state. I know that there'll be interest in talking to researchers on this campus and at Orono and elsewhere about collaborative relationships that can exist between Northeastern and those institutions as well. On the Defense Department side, I know that there's a lot of interest about what we do, what they do, and how those things might interact on a system basis. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. I would have preferred that rather than Northeastern being the university that was chosen to do that, it had come from our system, but it did not. No, we were not blindsided. From the outset, there was a decision made that their primary partner on the education model would be someone out of state. So there were various schools spoken to about filling that role, and ultimately Northeastern was chosen. Right? Did I misstate anything? Right.
You know, in terms of the Rue Institute and USM's business plan, it's not disruptive. It could be positive for us in the sense that we actually at the graduate and the master's level, we don't have competing programs. So we don't have data analytics, biochemistry, AI, machine learning that would be in a direct conflict. With the flagships, a little bit more sensitive, but the president up there has done a good job of trying to bring them in for joint grants and those kind of things. And for us, what they've been talking to us about is the Rue Institute being a place where our students could move into on a 3x2 or a 4x1 program that could count, that we would flow credit into them and that they could move in. So our biochemistry majors and our computer scientists, our cybersecurity folks could go into their program, which could be a selling point for us, for students coming here to the university. So that's kind of what the discussion is right now. I will tell you, we put a lot of blood on the table to try to get they're very clear that they wanted what they call a halo brand, something that would have national or international reputation. So we unfortunately we just couldn't land them. We tried to offer them some pretty sweet deals to get here. We do think that they'll want to do business, especially with the Graduate Center. We do think that there's some nice partnerships there. But at the end of the day, I think Mr. Rue had a vision for bringing in a sort of nationally and internationally known research entity in R1 that could basically take advantage of the hipness of Portland or the attractiveness of Portland and build out from there. So we're making the best that we can, and I think it's actually a net positive for USM in my opinion. It would be less so if we had 5 programs in those areas.
Follow-up?
Piece. I'm Andrea Stairs Davenport from the School of Education and Human Development, and I teach in a master's in TESOL program. And when we have international students, it's a global experience for our local Mainers, our local teachers. It enriches the experience. And I'm thinking more on the undergrad piece with the demographics in Maine. Maybe we already have programs in place, I don't know, that kind of go after the high flyers at some of our boarding schools, or places like Thornton Academy, Freiburg Academy, John Bass. I mean, are we going after those students who come to study here, say, oh, I kind of like living in Maine? I know they all come here from Korea and China thinking they're all going to Harvard, but they're not all going to Harvard. So where are they going to college? And they come with a lot of means as well. So it's not a big investment for us to go out and find international students when they're already living in our state.
Yeah, decisions are local campus decisions. I've raised some of the same points that you've made, specifically with respect to what's our outreach to the private schools as well as the public schools. We do a very good job and reach out to public schools and to some privates, but it may not hurt to widen that scope. We don't have an enrollment department in the system. Enrollment is handled on a campus-by-campus basis. You want?
Set up those programs. There's been one here, there's been one in Maine, there's been one in Farmington when I was in there, where we spent lots of money to send people to China and places like that, and every one of them comes back with very little success, and we lose lots of money. So that doesn't, maybe we were doing it wrong, and maybe we should be looking at doing it a different way, but in my experience in the system, I've seen it stood up and fail 3 times.
Me too. We usually contact it since we have a TESOL program. Usually price of the conversation.
I think the involvement with the faculty is key. What we do is normally the administrators will go and with the countries come back. But it's important to involve local faculty who's aware of the culture, the system, how things work in their own country. They have contacts with institutions. And I've stressed it multiple times here that we need to involve faculty in order to transitions. Especially in area like AI or data analytics or business analytics, where the future is, we need to have people
I agree. I'm not. I have made suggestions on that, but we do not run enrollment. We incentivize. We have funded one-off programs to see whether they will be successful and work, but we, by and large, are not the enrolling entity. I would say that the enrolling entities need to question ourselves about whether we're doing the best job when we make an acceptance as well, and perhaps, we know that students who enroll in our institutions in August are far more likely to leave by the following September than a student who registers in a normal time frame. Maybe we should stop registering people in August. The reality is if somebody leaves a baccalaureate program in their first or second year, the predictive chances that they will get a baccalaureate degree at any time in their life is about 12%. So aiding people in making the wrong decision is not helpful. All righty? Well, thank you very much. Have a great weekend, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you. Thanks.